Are you a breeder looking to showcase your show pigs? With a Walton Webcasting Show Pig Shoot, we are your go-to video service for capturing the full picture of your show pigs. We specialize in providing top quality video services for breeders like you. Our skilled video team comes directly to your operation. You talk to pigs, we capture the video. Whether it's baby pigs, boars, gilts, or sows, we ensure that their unique features will shine through. With the power of our website and social media, your professionally recorded videos are streamed live, allowing potential customers from all over the country to view and appreciate the quality of your show pigs. We handle the technicalities so you can focus on what you do best, raising exceptional livestock. To schedule your next show pig shoot, call Rhonda at 765-431-7367. Welcome to the ultimate show on the track. Today we celebrate our premier partners, the driving force behind the livestock industry across the nation. Get ready to witness the power of partnership as our premier partners take to the asphalt. Green light and they're off. On the track we have our first partner, Layered Premium Blend Genetics from premiumblendgenetics.com. Next up, it's Beck's Hybrids from beckshybrids.com. And here comes Showright from showright.com. Coming around, we have Brad Howe Ford from bhiford.com. And here comes First Farmers Bank and Trust from ffbt.com. And rounding out the racers, it's Kennedy Ventures from kennedyventuresok.com. On the track and in the ring, it's all about collaboration and teamwork. Join us in honoring our premier partners because together they're the driving force of the livestock industry.
It's time for Cattleman's Congress. This is a Walton Webcasting production. Livestock like you've never seen before.
Welcome Miss Allie Taylor of Hayden, Idaho, to sing the national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
And we'd like to welcome you here to the 6th Annual Cattlemen's Congress, a show produced by Cattlemen for Cattlemen. Together, we've created a lasting legacy here in Oklahoma City, and we are so thankful for each and every one of you here with us. In Arena 1, we will get started with your National Hereford Bull Show, and in Arena 2, we're going to welcome in the Junior Shorthorn Plus Show. We'll look to see Class 1 late spring heifer calves. Joining us in Arena 1 will be Mr. Shane Work and Nate Fredrickson, and in Arena 2, joining us is Mr. Zach Butler.
Well, good morning. Great here to be in Oklahoma City. Fantastic arena here to show your National Hereford Bull Show in just a single entry here as we start our horn show. Young lady's got a really nice horn calf here. You love his cosmetics, beautiful coloring on this calf. He's attractive, correct in his lines. He's a bull that's got some body, does some nice things on paper. He is a little higher birth than we probably are particularly looking for, but he's got some growth to go with it. CHB is above breed average. You like that. Bull that does a lot of good. I think he's adequate in terms of his dimension and his rib, and again, very correct in his lines. So deserving class winner here to start start off our bull show, and congratulations to this young lady.
Out of Class 1 to start out your Horn Bull show. First place will go to back number 5371, bred and owned by Mabry Howard of Allen, Oklahoma. We're now going to welcome in Class 2 before the division.
Well, good pair of bulls here in our second class of March horn bulls, and two bulls that have a lot of differences. Certainly not exactly the same kind of bull physically. As we look at them on paper, you know, it's obvious this bull is really good, that wins the class. But I think as you evaluate them physically, it makes for an interesting pair. Now, I think we'll say right off the bat that maybe we'd change both of these bulls structurally, and that's certainly the big holdback we have with the bull that wins the class, is we'd sure like to loosen him up off of both ends. But I think if we study the second place bull, we'd like to change him a little in the way he goes off, particularly his rear two as well. Doesn't set quite as square there and secure, I guess it would be a way to describe it, in the way he handles his rear pastern. So the bull that we're going to use to win is just kind of a meat and potatoes bull in terms of being moderate in his frame size, tremendously heavy muscled, bold in his rib shape. Now he gives up some physical performance. He's a little bit lighter. We'd like to, you know, he's not going to be the biggest bull. I mentioned that moderation, and that kind of goes hand in hand with how he weighed compared to this second place bull. But I think there's enough real, true muscle shape in him, and we do like him on paper as obviously tremendously high in terms of his CHB, a really good spread, really high in his growth. So a really good bull. Tremendously good looking bull here in second. Very attractive from the side. He has a big advantage in terms of being neater fronted, longer necked. His neck comes higher out of his shoulders, really correct in his lines. The bull that's maybe gets a little narrower out of his chest, and like we say, we'd like to change that hind leg set a little bit for us. To change him there if we could, to slide him up. But a good pair of two bulls, not exactly the same, but both really nice bulls.
Ring results out of Class 2. First place was exhibited by Wheel Cattle Company of Irene, Texas. Second place went to Hurricane Hefty Ranch. Our judges are now going to select their champion reserve spring bull calves.
Here, and as we start our first division, really nice group of, you know, we just had the three bulls, but certainly quality in all these individuals, and just a nice bull that wins the first class. Maybe a bull that doesn't quite blow you away in any particular area. Maybe you could have a tick more to him as we compare him to these two bulls that were in our second class. But an attractive bull. Young ladies presented him really well. Just a nice bull, a good solid bull. But we change him a little that way, and maybe change him a little in terms of his birth weight figure if we could tone him down a little if we could. Especially considering that, you know, he's not overpowering in terms of stoutness. So, but a nice bull nonetheless. Two bulls we just talked about, pretty detailed in class. They're not exactly the same type of bull, but they're both good bulls. We'll make those bulls your champion and reserve here in this division. Congratulations.
First division here in the Polled Hereford Bull Show, champion spring bull calf exhibited by Wheel Cattle Company of Irene, Texas, with WCC 222 Festus 2501. Reserve in that division will come out of the same class, exhibited by Hurricane Hefty Ranch, Stratford, Oklahoma, with HHR HCC 264 Gunpoint N07. We're now going to welcome in our first class of Polled Bulls. This will be Class 3 Polled Spring Bull Calves, born June of 2025.
Here as we move into our polled spring calves, and really a stout bull, lots of rib shape, lots of muscle shape. There's a lot of maturity in this bull for his age, for a June calf, but his EPDs do kind of match his visual performance, being 111 there at a year. But stout made bull. We'd like to change his hind leg a little if we could. Wants to kind of get outside of himself a little bit and just not handle it as well as we'd like to see, but there's no denying the substance in this calf. Really bold-ribbed and bold in terms of his muscle shape. We'll bring him back out here and compare him to our other class winners here, first and seconds in this division. Congratulations.
Results at Class 3 Polled Spring Bull Calves. First place will go to Tegan Hames of Hera, Oklahoma, with Cimarron Sky. We're now going to welcome in Class 4. These are Polled Spring Bull Calves, born April of 2025.
of April bull calves. The calf we start the class with is kind of the calf that balances up for us. Exceptional amount of length of body in this calf. He's got a lot of thickness down his top. He's marked really nice, just really balanced on paper. You get him on the move, you'd like to free him up a little bit, maybe make him a little softer made. Grant, back to this calf in seconds. You really like him on paper, 11 cavities direct. Still got a lot of natural muscle, just not quite the balance of the calf in first. We got a real fresh calf in third, a lot of depth of body, real soft made. Maybe just not the performance and the overall package of those two bulls above him today, but a real nice set of calves.
Well, congratulations back over in the Shorthorn ring.
come into our March polled calves, and this is the kind of class you expect and love to see at the National Hereford Show, and tremendous quality all the way down. There's 4 exceptional bulls. They're not the same, and that's okay. They can do different things, but they're really, really good and very competitive, and a challenge to sort through, but really fun at the same time for Nate and I to look at these bulls. We landed on a bull there that for us is kind of a logical place to start, even though these bulls are really good, and all 4 of these bulls, as I mentioned. This bull suits us pretty well from a lot of ways. I think for me personally, he's a bull that is kind of one of those that combines a lot of good things, and I think that's kind of what we're going to try and find. And he does good on paper, but he also just has so much real-world function in terms of physically as well. The structure is really as much a thing as any for us that gets him up. He can get out and go. He can get out and move. He's a fresher bull in his condition and his appearance than the bull that is in second. He's fresher, more youthful in his appearance. We love that about him. He has the cosmetics. That's nice. That's not a big determining factor in placing, but it is nice. We just love his structure in terms of just being a bull that can get out and move. He has that data that we're hoping to find, and yet still has some look and attractiveness that we like in the show ring. The next 3 bulls were more of a challenge. They're bulls that have that tremendous look, tremendous stoutness, just really cool, attractive bulls. The bull that we landed on in second, we do wish he was a little bigger in his testicles. We wish he'd been just, especially for the amount of physical performance he has. That physical performance matches his data. We do want to acknowledge that they went ahead and stepped out and genomic this calf. I'm sure that looking at his type, you could have expected that his birth, the figures kind of would end up where they were. I mean, we'd like to change that, but he's also a power bull that's tremendously high performance on paper and in person. So we'd like to freshen him up a little if we could. As we compare him to our class winner, we'd like to make him bigger and testicled if we could. But, man, that's a super attractive, huge-bodied, really strong top, really attractive made bull. He has a place, certainly. If a person's looking to make some heifers to compete in this setting, I think he's absolutely a bull that has that potential. Just a ton of good things in those, even though there are little things we would change about him. The bull that comes next, again, really attractive, really cool looking from the side. Again, he's one that we'd like to have just a little more testicle to. He gets a little longer and thinner as we compare him to the others. We'd like to stouten that up a little bit if we can. But in terms of stoutness and muscle, you can't deny him that. He's got plenty of shape. He's got a really good look from the side. He's really big-bodied. I think as we compare him to the bull that's right below him, we like his structure a little better. It's not perfect. We can nitpick it, but I think he just gets out and goes a little more securely on his back too. And he's a bull that does fit a little better data-wise. It's kind of a nice bonus. There's a little less birth in this than the next calf. The calf was in fourth. Tick more white on him, but again, tremendous quality from the side. Stopped, you really like him. Very attractive from the side. For us, when he gets out on the move is where he kind of slides down into fourth. He's just kind of tentative off of both ends. He doesn't set down squarely on those rear two. He doesn't sit down with quite enough and go away from me with quite enough width at the ground. But very attractive, very good bull. That's tremendous quality in those top four. It's hard to make bulls of that quality, and we thank and commend those breeders for bringing them out here. Three nice bulls here as well. These are bulls that get into an awful tough class, but they're good bulls. That of the young ladies that comes next, evaluate him physically. He just does the most good things right. He handles his hind leg quite a bit better than the calf that's right below him. He's big-bodied. He's got enough muscle. He's made pretty well. Really a pretty nice bull, but just gets in that tougher class there. Bull that comes next is really nice as well. You love his rib shape. He's got some performance. You like his muscle. Just like to change that hind leg a little if we could. Young man gets in here with an awful tough class. He's got a really good bull that can do a lot of good things. Just gets in here with a really tough set of bulls that we'd sure like to change his hind leg too if we could. But a tremendous class there. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Oh, really fun division here, and obviously just a tremendous class of bulls that we just witnessed and evaluated, and I hope you guys watching at home and sitting in the stands evaluated them for what works for you as well, and what you breed for and what you need in your cow herd, but because certainly a lot of quality there. Bull that wins the first class, we talked about him in class. There's a bull with some boldness of shape and a little more advanced for his age, but we'd like to change his hind leg as well. But very bold, very stout, and a nice calf. Interesting calf here in the second class. He was the darker red calf here in the middle, attractive from the side, correct in his lines, nice CHB figure on him. Again, he's one that we'd maybe nitpick and change his hind leg a little bit. Just talked about these two bulls in our final class here of the division. Two very, very good bulls. They're not exactly the same. The bull that we landed on to win the class is for us kind of a really good combination bull in a lot of ways, and just a tremendous look and substance and dimension in the bull that was second in that class. So just such a tough class there, and such good bulls that this first and second in your final class will be your champion reserve. Congratulations.
Ring, your pulled spring bull calf champion, exhibited by Dry Creek Farm, Pell City, Alabama. That was DCF 0244, Levitate 51 NET, and reserve champion. And congratulations went to Lauren Nicholas and Brady Jones, Darlington, Wisconsin, with Wildcat Landman 5053 ET. We'll now look to start the next division in our horn show. We're going to welcome in Class 6, Horn Junior Bull Calves, born February of 2025.
February bulls, we got a bull that just dominates in terms of overall performance, length of body, muscle shape, and he does that in a package. You really like him on the move. Maybe strengthen him up a little bit in his pastures, but nonetheless, he reaches out, he gets his step. Bull that's got a lot of promise. The bull in second, bull that's real fresh in his appearance, adequate in his lines, adequate in his shape and dimension, just not the overall performance, weight per day of age. Maturity is the bull in first. Nice set of bulls.
Results out of Class 6 in the Horn Junior Bull Calf Division. First place goes back number 5376. That's BK Navigator 45N, bred and owned by Buck Cattle Company in Madill, Oklahoma. Bull weighing 1246. Second place in that class was exhibited by back number 5379. That's Creeks Mick Frank N3197. 19Z, my apologies. Bred by Morgan Rogers. Bull weighing 745.
Well, we got a good calf here, single entry January horn bull. A lot of muscularity to this bull, a lot of rib shape to him. Maybe not the deepest calf we've seen, but we'd change him a little bit structurally if we could. Just doesn't want to get out and go quite as well as we'd like to see. And maybe give him a little more depth in his forerib, but he does have some of that shape to his rib cage. He's tremendously good fronted, both on paper, a little more. Pretty solid in terms of CHB as well. Just a nice bull, good class winner. We'll bring him back out here in a minute and compare him to our class. Here as we get them out here for our horned junior bull calves, and got a good pair of class winners out here. Bull that wins the first class is really his neck comes up high out of his shoulder. He's attractive in terms of his lines. There's lots of rib, there's lots of body, there's plenty of muscle in him, and relative to the contemporaries out here, he's certainly a good structured, better structured bull. Just really a pretty nice solid bull. He's sure good enough on paper. He's solid there. Just a nice well-rounded, pretty well-balanced bull from several areas. Very clean-fronted bull here that wins the first class. With that, he doesn't have quite as much when you get right behind his shoulder there, but he is very muscular. Structure could be a little better for us as we get him out on the move, but two good bulls. Bull wins the first class will be champion. Young lady's bull is second. Won the second class will be reserve.
Well, congratulations in the Hereford ring. Your horned champion junior bull calf exhibited by Buck Cattle Company of Medill, Oklahoma, with BK Navigator 45N. Reserve champion coming out of Class 7, bred and owned by Burns Farms of Pikeville, Tennessee. That's BF 5502 Marksman 17 NET. That bull weighed 1165. We're now going to welcome in Class 8 Polled Junior Bull Calves, born February of 2025. Back over in the Shorthorn Plus ring.
Well, a really good competitive class here. We've got some February polled bulls here as we move into our junior division, and good class, fun class to evaluate, good bulls. There's things we really like about all these bulls. There's little things we change about all of them, and made for a good discussion, and it's really pretty close for us on this top end. We did use the bull that just to view him physically from the side here, just a tremendous look from the side, incredibly big-bodied. At first glance, you think he's sure the high-performance bull of the class until you look at the paper, and of course the scale, doesn't lie. The bull that is in second is a little heavier. You don't expect that, but I think it's as we discussed, Nate and I, a little bit of a testament to his added muscle shape, and that added weight made it really, really even closer yet for us as we evaluated these. But with that being said, the bull that wins is just such a tremendously attractive bull from the side. His neck comes up high out of his shoulders. He's very good in terms of his lines. He's very attractive in his hip and hind leg. His structure is good. I think as we're really breaking it down and nitpicking it, he does want to just every now and then, not often, not every other step. I mean, it's maybe every fifth or eighth step he wants to pop that rear passer in just a little bit. That has us a little bit of a concern, but I think the bull that's in second also, we'd probably change structure as well. So this bull is just so good from the side. I think for as much mass and body as he has, and at your first big picture impression, you'd think I think as we study him closer, we'd like to see just a touch more muscle shape in him. But we like the testicles in that bull to go along with his look, and there is more CHB in that bull, and a little. All these bulls have birth weight, but there's a little more genetic growth as well. Bull that comes next, there's a little more white on him. From a cosmetic standpoint, it doesn't affect his placing, which he had just fully red testicles. But this is a bull that has that muscle advantage in this top pair. Very stout down his top. There's more true muscle shape out of his hip and in his quarter. We love that about him. He has a few holes on paper. We'd like to see him just a little deeper bodied, just a little bolder in his forerib. A little deeper in his flank. But I think as we compare him to the two bulls that are below him, for us, he's a real logical place to go here next. He's got a great look. He's a bull that's very attractive in his front end. He's a bull that's very correct in his lines. Again, he's one we changed just a little bit in his hind leg structure, but I think relative to the two bulls that come next, these are ones we changed structurally as well. So I think there's certainly more quality there in that bull that's second. Young lady's bull here that comes next. Of the two that remain, we feel like he has a more masculine, practical, functional head. There's a little more jaw to him. There's more body, and so to us, he reads with a little more real world, easy for me to say, doability. And we really like that extra rib, and there's a little more performance in him as well, just a little heavier bull. Attractive bull, very clean fronted here, that comes in fourth. Like to have a little more of him, like to change his hind leg set. One thing we noticed about him is we maybe like to change his head just a little bit, but there's a tremendous amount of muscle shape in that bull as well. So 4 really competitive bulls, 4 really high quality bulls, good class.
Junior bull calves, first place, go to back number 5426. That was RER 923, high stakes 510 NET, exhibited by Cayenne Eck of Putnam, Oklahoma, bull weighing 1169. Second place in that class will go to TR Cattle Company and LC Land and Cattle LLC, with TRLC Marksman 25079 ET, bull weighing 1230. Third place in that class, and congratulations, goes to Plum River Ranch. And fourth place will go to Classic Genetics and Turkey Feather Ranch. We're now going to welcome in Class 9. These are polled junior bull calves, born January of 2025 before the division. These are Polled Junior Bull Calves, born January of 2025. We'd like to take a moment to welcome your two judges today in the Hereford ring, Mr. Shane Work and Nate Fredrickson. Shane recently returned to West Central Minnesota, where he grew up and continues a lifelong involvement in the Hereford breed. His family's history in the Hereford breed dates back to the late 1940s when his grandfather first established the operation. Work served as chairman of the National Junior Hereford Association in 2003 and was a member of the highly successful livestock judging teams at both Butler Community College and Kansas State University. During his collegiate judging career, he earned high individual honors in cattle at the American Royal and was a part of the Reserve National Champion judging team for Kansas State University in 2003. Professionally, Work previously worked for McCurry Angus Ranch and also served as manager of the purebred beef unit at Kansas State University. He currently serves as the Central Beef Sales Regional Manager for ST Genetics. He and his wife Ashley are the parents of 3 children, Nora, Brooks, and Ivy. We'd also like to welcome Mr. Nate Fredrickson of Spearfish, South Dakota. He is the co-owner and operator of Fredrickson Ranch in the northern Black Hills of South Dakota. Nate, along with his wife Jana and 2 sons, Tegan and Tiernan, and his parents Mark and Mary Kay, run 450 to 500 head of registered Hereford, Angus, and commercial cows, which are used in their ET program. Prior to ranching full-time, Nate spent 14 years in the animal health industry working with veterinarians, distribution companies, feedlots, and cow-calf operations. Ladies and gentlemen, here in the OG&E Coliseum, let's put our hands together to welcome Mr. Shane Work and Nate Fredrickson to the Hereford Bull Show.
Wow, we upped it up a notch here. Obviously, this isn't the biggest class that's ever exhibited at a big show like this, but if these 3 bulls in this class don't make you proud to be a Hereford breeder, then I'm not sure. You must be looking at something different than what we are. But tremendous class. These are the kind of bulls that you want to come to the National Hereford Show to see, and maybe, and Nate and I talked a ton about this class. There's so much to talk about on these 3 individuals, but maybe in years past there'd be 10 bulls in this class, and these 3 would just stand out even more because they're of that quality. And it's unfortunate that there's only 3 and somebody has to be third, because these are all 3 bulls that do so much good. And for us, these are bulls that can tie the show ring and phenotype with the real world and some data and some function, and bulls that could be used in a commercial setting and absolutely help those kind of producers make money. And so we couldn't be more complimentary of these 3 bulls as a class. Their data is good, their type is tremendous, their performance is very good, the cosmetics are good, just a really, really good class. And true breed changing, affecting type bulls in this class. With that said, it's extremely close on the top 2. I mean, as close as you can be. They do separate up a little bit more from the 3rd place bull, candidly, and that's not to take anything away from him. But with that being said, so let's kind of break them down and talk about them, what we saw, and you can see what you see and think we're smart or dumb or both at the same time, and that's fine. Both of these bulls are tremendous. The biggest debate and nitpick of tremendously good ones construction that we had was the way these bulls are built in terms of structure. They're both adequate, certainly. They're both not any kind of problem. If they weren't, we wouldn't be describing them this way. But there are 2 little things we change, and they're totally different in both of these bulls. The bull that wins the class is, for us, a little softer pastern than we want. He wants to almost get close to putting his dew claws down, and the bull that is second is almost just a little too steep in his pastern. So we would change these slightly, and it's hard to say this about such good bulls, but that is the debate we had. Once we debate past that, the data's good. We don't need to break that down. You can read it. These bulls are such good type that it makes for an interesting decision. So for me, I guess the bull that wins the class has just got more length. He just has more correctness of lines. Both the tremendously stout bulls, the bull that wins the class, and admittedly we kind of expected him to be the heavier bull, but there is a little more WDA in the 2nd place bull. But we love his body, we love his attractiveness, we love his length from the side, and even though we did just describe that rear pastern, we love the attractive look and set to his hind leg. The bull that's in second, again, just talked about how tremendous he is. There's a tremendous amount of muscle shape in this bull. Maybe not quite as much in his forerib and just true tremendous rib shape and depth, but again, he's just slightly steeper than we'd like him to be on those rear pasterns. But again, a bull that's tremendous data. I mean, you could certainly just literally flip a coin. I mean, we went back and forth on that pair as much as we could. Really good set of bulls. The bull that was in 3rd just talked about how we wish there was more in here because he would beat a lot of them. We talked about, Nate and I did, about how how he would have looked in other classes we've had, because he's a tremendous bull. He's big ribbed. He's a Cavanese bull that has power. He's a bull that can do so many good things for us from a big picture standpoint as a breed. He doesn't have as much testicles as the others, but there's so much good in that calf, and a bull that with that much Cavanese is really, he's just a little shorter sided. He's just a touch plainer than those 2. So just an outstanding class. Our compliments to those breeders. Old bull calf exhibitors a round of applause. Tremendous division. Just a really good set of bulls from end to end, and we didn't have just a tremendous amount of numbers, but boy, the quality was there. First class, just a stunning individual in terms of just strictly side profile. Huge bodied, very good in his lines, very attractive hip and hind leg. Needs a little more muscle, true muscle shape for us as we look at him compared to these others. And, there's some holes in his data compared to the two bulls in the second class. But just a really attractive individual. There was a really nice bull that had a little more muscle in second. That, again, isn't quite as good on paper as some other bulls that stand out here. Just talked about this pair of bulls in the last class, just tremendous individuals. There's just a little more rib in this bull that we used to win. Just think he has just a tick more length and a little more attractiveness, and a bull that's just a touch cleaner sheath. But we really like the bull in second. Just tremendous muscle and just so much data to go with this kind of phenotype in these bulls. I'm certainly not an expert on other breeds, and I'm probably not an expert on this breed, but I don't see a lot of other bulls that can combine the data and the functional traits with this kind of look and attractiveness in other breeds. And so it's just tremendously fun to come out here and evaluate these for Nate and I. And they're going to be your champion reserve out of the second class. They suit us very, very well. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations, your bull champion junior bull calf exhibited by Upstream Ranch, Taylor, Nebraska, GKB, Desdemona, Texas, Kevin Jensen, Cortland, Kansas, and Bar A Cattle Company of Nocona, Texas, with KJ 8037 Arrowhead 755 NET, bull weighing 1285. Reserve champion in that division will come out of the same class, exhibited by Collier Herefords of Bruno, Idaho. That's C. Rainmaker 5141, bull weighing 1235. We're now going to welcome in your next class and division here in the Horn Bull Show. We'll welcome in Class 10 Horn Senior Bull Calves. Back over to the short.
Entry here as we move into our fall horn bulls, and big stout bull. There's plenty of body shape. Got a tick more white, but that's not a line or not a big deal. He's long-sided. He's correct in his hip and hind leg in terms of just the attractive look there. So good bull. He's certainly acceptable on paper as well. Nice bull there to start off this division.
To start out your next division of Horn Bulls, first place in Class 10 exhibited by Cooper Curry with CHMR 8213 Premier 456 ET, bull weighing 1455. We're now going to welcome in Class 11 Horn Senior Bull Calves, born October of 2024.
Well, good pair of bulls here, October fall horn bulls, and really a nice individual to start for us. Good logical place to start. If we're really nitpicking this bull structure, he does kind of set it that one left back foot in, just a little funny, but he's tremendously sounder structured than the other bull that comes out here, and he's so much looser in terms of his skeletal makeup that he needs to win. But beyond that, he's so attractive. He's so good necked. His neck comes high out of his shoulders and correcting his lines, and certainly plenty of muscle and body as well. He's a tick lower growth maybe than you'd like to, and this bull has that advantage over him. But he's certainly good and got plenty of visual performance, and really a nice bull, good place to start. A stout-made bull here to be in second, red-eyed. Nice cosmetic aspect to him, but he just doesn't get out and go off of either end near good enough for us. I like to loosen him up in terms of structure.
Ring results out of Class 11, first place exhibited by GKB Cattle, Desdemona, Texas, Burns Farm, Pikeville, Tennessee, with BF GKB 5502 McRae 200 MET, bull weighing 1467. Reserve in that division was exhibited by Brooklyn Price, bull weighing 1503.
Bulls here, just three of them out here in our fall horn division, but really good bulls. Bull that wins the first class, stout and powerful, long-made bull. Maybe we nitpick him a little bit structurally and gets a little straighter shouldered. Got a tick more white, but that's fine. It's not a big deal. Good on paper, more growth on paper, and just a little more, size, I guess, to just visually view them. A little more extension there than our second class winner. Very attractive bull in our second class, deep sided. I did mention a little small, tiny, nitpicky thing on a structure in his class, but when we get him back out here with his contemporaries, he's the loosest structured. He is a little more of a Cavanese prospect. He is lower growth than ideal, but he's right about breed average. He's fine. He can get out and go, and he's just so attractive from the side. So he's going to be your division winner. The bull that wins the first class will be your reserve champion in this division. Congratulations. Round of applause.
Your Horn Senior Bull Calf Champion, exhibited by GKB Cattle and Burns Farms with BF GKB 5502 McCrae 200 MET. Reserve champion will come from Class 10, exhibited by Stephen Curry of Okima, Oklahoma, with CH Mr. 8213 Premier 456 ET. We're now going to welcome in Class 12. These are polled Senior Bull calves born November to December of 2024. Back over in the Shorthorn ring, results out of
Really nice pair to start off our fall pole bulls here, and just two really good bulls. With that said, the bull that surfaces to the top that we use kind of does so pretty straightforward for us. He's just a pretty nice bull. He's neat fronted. His neck comes up high out of his shoulders. He's big bodied. He's got enough muscle. Maybe he could be a little wider tracking if we're going to nitpick a nice bull, but that's a good bull. Both these bulls are, and he's got a little more CHB on paper. Both these bulls are, closer to breed average, but they're certainly not a problem on paper. And he's a bull that suits us really well. Phenotype, there's just more look, balance, and quality there. Nice bull here in second as well. Lots of rib shape in this bull. He's got some T2, has some muscle shape as well. A little lighter bone and kind of wants to hawk in just a little bit and loosen him up just the way he's constructed there on his rear too. But good pair of bulls. Nice way to start off that division.
Pulled senior bull calves. First place was exhibited by TR Cattle Company of Glencoe, Oklahoma, with TR 184 Hired Man 4350 MET, bull weighing 1288. Second place in Class 12 was exhibited by Will Cattle Company of Irene, Texas, with WCC 229K Ringgold 2496, bull weighing 1160. Currently in Ring 1, we have Class 13 pulled senior bull calves born October of 2024. For those of you here in the OG&E Coliseum, if you are back there in the holding area, we're talking to you, the ones with the aerosol in your hand. We're going to ask that you not use those.
Nice pair of bulls here, fall polled bulls, and there's some disparity on paper between the two. There's certainly a disparity physically, and so, obviously this bull that won the class is not perfect on paper, but he's also not a big problem. He is really good in his teat and udder EPDs, and there is a tremendous advantage that way, but there's way too much physical advantage here to have that outweigh it. So he's a bull that's done really well for his age, but he has such a good look from the side. He's correct in his lines. He has a very attractive hind leg, yet still handles it well and gets out and goes, and stout and big-bodied, and just a good balance, and physically just combines a lot of good things, and a real logical place for us to start this class. Bullet does a lot of good things on paper. He's got way more marbling. He's more genetic growth, go on and on. There's advantages there on paper that you really like about him, but just a little frailer, a little plainer, a little rounder. He's got some muscle, but just like to change those about him to slide him up today.
To the Hereford ring, results out of Class 13 pulled senior bull calves. First place, go to back number 5449. That was Colt Hahn, 9 lives. Bred and owned by Carly Cattleman of Garland, Nebraska. Bull weighing 1752. Reserve in that, second place in that class. We'll go to DNA Farms of Ozark, Arkansas with SRH 934 Lincoln 1334M. Bull weighing 1452. We're now going to select a champion reserve senior bull calf.
Over here on the Hereford side, a really nice set of fall bulls here, and a pair of class winners that really like. And I think big picture, they have a lot of similarities. They've got a good looks from the side. They got body. There's little differences, but I think big picture, they're both really nice bulls that, for as much look and attractiveness as they have. They're pretty good in terms of structure, especially relative to bulls that we've already evaluated, and so we like this pair of bulls pretty well. The bull who wins the first class, he's a fresher bull. He's not crazy good in terms of his data, and you look at him on paper, but he has a clear advantage there. He a bull that's a little better in his CED. He's a bull that's much better in his CHB index. You like that about him. But when we look at him, he's a clean, attractive fronted. Like his head maybe just a touch better. He is scurred, so they'll put that for whatever it's worth for you in your own program. But he's got a little more youthful, attractive head, and just has a really good look. The bull in second is a power bull, huge boned, can still move really well for as much stoutness and power as he has. He's a bull that is a high WDA bull. It's with that he's maybe to say stale is too harsh, but as we compare him to the bull that wins the first class, I think he's fresher, and I think that's a big advantage for us. But if you want a bull that has true power, true dimension, and a great look from the side, he's going to do that, or has that, and he's going to be able to transmit some of that to his progeny there. If you're geared to breeding cattle that come out here on the chips, I mean, he's absolutely has those positive traits. Even though we'd sure like to bump him up a lot in CHB, we're not sorting him on paper, but you get down there at 81, that's kind of probably puts you down in the 90 percentile, and so that's a little bit of a hole. But again, it's close. There's so much look and power in him that you absolutely love that, and that absolutely merits his consideration. With that said, I think the differences we've seen, we're going to use the bull that win the first class to be champion in this division, bull that wins the second class to be reserved, but a good pair of bulls.
Hereford Ring, your pulled senior bull calf exhibited by TR Cattle Company, Glencoe, Oklahoma, with TR 184 hired man 4350 MET reserve champion. We'll go to Carly Coulterman with Colt Han 9 lives. We're now going to welcome in class 14. Is to be pulled late summer yearling bulls born June of 2024. Back over to the Shorthorn.
in a single entry here, a June bull, and this is a bull we like pretty well. You know, without being able to compare him to some other really good ones and totally break him down, there's not big things to change about this bull. So nice bull, big bodied, big hipped, has a good look. It'll be good to get him out here and compare him to some of these other bulls here in a minute, but this is a bull we like pretty well. Congratulations.
Results out of class 14. First place is exhibited by Jared and Katie Richardson and Sage and Sloan Bierwinkle of Earth, Texas, with SMB KTRCC Pendleton 420M, bull weighing 1855. Currently in the ring is class 15, pulled early summer yearling bulls. Back over to the Shorthorn Plus ring. Results of the class.
Here and very similar in physical performance, and WDA's nearly identical, and there's differences on paper. We don't you know, this bull's, you know, pretty, that we're going to use to wins, pretty negative CED and not great CHB, but you get them out here on the hoof, and there's a lot of physical advantage here. There's just much more quality. There's a lot of presence in this bull, and just a tremendous stunning look from the side. He's big bodied. His neck is really high out of his shoulder. Very attractive set to his hind leg. With that, he maybe doesn't handle it quite as well as we'd like. Loosen him up a little bit in terms of flexibility there, but the look he gives you right here is really nice, and so we like his added quality and just his physical presence to win that class. Nice bull here in second. Like I mentioned, he's got some advantages. He's a little better in his birth figures and his CED, and higher in his growth, and better in his CHB, and so there's certainly advantages to this bull, but he gets a little plain out here for us. I like to change his testicles a little bit. The bull that wins the class isn't huge testicle, but I think he's higher quality in terms of the way his testicles are designed and set, and so just a little plainer, but a nice bull. That does a lot of good things. A little sounder as well. Congrats.
Ring results out of class 15. First place, we go to back number 5457. That was PRCC Freedom 437 MET, bred and owned by Prairie Rose Cattle Company of Sherman, Illinois, bull weighing 1903. Second place in that class, go to Kaya Roads and Turkey Feather Ranch with TFRKR Tequila Sunrise 2422 ET, bull weighing 1905. We're going to welcome in those first and seconds, select a champion reserve, intermediate yearling bull. Back over to Shorthorn Plus ring. We saw your final class in division. First place and champion division will go to back number 8092.
Good division here, and not lots of numbers, but plenty of quality. And Bullet wins the first class single entry, and we mentioned about how we really liked him, and we're hoping to get to compare him to more, and we do out here, and we like this bull pretty well. He's solid on paper, good in a lot of areas there, and there's just a lot of practicality in this bull, yet he has a look from the side that we like out here in a show ring setting. He's stout, he's big-bodied, he's moderate in his frame size, yet has some performance. Structure is good. I think relative to his contemporaries here, we really enjoy a lot of things about this bull. Tremendous striking presence from the side, and the bull that wins the second class, he has pretty big holes in terms of marbling and CHB, and it changes cavities direct a little more, and so there's holes there genetically, but again, like there's some bulls we've talked about at different ages and in different contemporary groups. This is a bull that if you're looking to breed cattle with tremendous look, he is going to change some cows fast that way. So he has a lot of quality there. With that being said, the bull that wins the first class suits us very, very well from a big picture standpoint. He'll be champion. Bull that wins your second class will be reserve. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations. Your pulled champion intermediate yearling bull exhibited by Jared and Katie Richardson and Sage and Sloan Bierwinkle with SMB KTRCC Pendleton 420M reserve champion, and congratulations, bred and owned by Prairie Rose Cattle Company, Sherman, Illinois. That was PRCC Freedom 437 MET. We'll now look to see your next class. This will be class 16 Horn Spring yearling bulls.
Over here in the Hereford ring, real nice single entry here. April horn bull, and again, a lot of look from the side in this bull. He's got a lot of quality and balance. He's big-bodied, plenty of muscle, very good in terms of his marbling. Not a ton of genetic growth, but enough certainly physically, and really pretty solid in terms of his udder scores and some other places on paper. So good bull. We'll bring him back out here and compare him to some others within this division.
Results out of Class 16 Horn Spring Yearling Bulls. First place go to back number 5389. That's Hawk GKB Buckle Up 31 MET, owned by GKB Cattle and Hawk Livestock of Earlville, Illinois. Bull weighing in 1943 in that class. We're now going to welcome in Class 17 Horn Spring Yearling Bulls, born March of 2024. Hereford Bulls this morning, and in Arena 2, we are just about to wrap up the Shorthorn Plus Junior Female Show. Following this show, we will take a brief photo break, return back with your Junior Shorthorn Female Show.
certainly an interesting class of junior yearling horn bulls here, and it's very close. This is probably a class that Nate and I, seen and we have maybe in a lot of other classes, and it's good because there's a lot of good in all three of these bulls, and it's similar to that Polled class where we had 3 bulls. It's tough. There's only 3, and somebody's got to be third because there's quality here in all 3 of these bulls, and there's things we like about all of them, and there's things we change about all of them, including our class winner. But for us, the bull that wins, especially for me, I think has got the body depth. I think he's certainly a lot bigger ribbed than the bull that's in second. He's not perfect in terms of being clean chested, but I think he's a little cleaner chested than the bull that wins. Is he as stout hipped? Is he as just strong made and big boned? No, we changed that a little bit about him. But I think he's kind of a female maker. And I think you look at him on paper, he's very, very good in a lot of places. He's got a tick more birth than breed average, but in most every other category, he's very good. And so I think there's a lot of practicality, a lot of real world in him. We'd like to see, just a little more WDA compared to the bullets in second. But there's enough muscle, there's a lot of body, the structure's adequate, the numbers are good, the balance as well. He doesn't always act perfectly, but when he kind of acts right and sets up, his balance is good as well. Really attractive bull here. Love his hip and hind leg that's in second. Tighter bodied, a little more sheath, a little more chest, but very strong top, big hip, very, very wide from behind. He's is very good on. He does have some more birth. I'd like to tone that down a little, but he's really good and numerically that way as well. He's a bull that's long and extended, a bull that's stout and does some good things on paper. Real nice bull here in third as well. Stopped, standing right here. You really like a lot of things about him. He's deep-sided. He's stout-hipped. He's powerful made. He's got a little less growth on paper, and that kind of translates to his actual WDA. It's certainly not bad, but compared to his contemporaries, it's the lowest. And we just like to loosen him up in terms of structure. I guess that's the biggest thing for us that slides him down. But that's a stout, big-bodied, powerful bull, rugged kind of individual there in third.
The results from Class 17. Class 17 was your Horn Spring Yearling Bull Division. First place exhibited by Sage Lee Ann Ward of Laramie, Wyoming, and Running P Cattle Company, Canyon, Texas, with SLW RPC 023H Aristocrat 414 ET, bull weighing 1935. Second place in that class went to Prairie Rose Cattle Company and GKB with GKB PRCC Grand Prairie 4197, bull weighing 2185. And third in that class, and congratulations, went to Hudson Carter Buck Cattle Company and Grady Carter.
Single entry here as we move through our junior yearlings. Another bull that's got some look. He's got some muscle shape, got some rib shape and depth as well. Maybe a tick short strided, but good, stout, powerful bull with a good look. And bring him back out here and compare him to our other class winners in a minute.
Junior yearling bulls. First place will go to back number 5393. That's WF Rainman 4113 ET. Bred and owned by Wheeler Farm, Chickasha, Oklahoma, weighing 2,069 pounds.
Here's another single entry over on the Hereford side as we continue through our Horn Spring, yearling bulls. Bull we like well. Lots of body, good look from the side. He's got a look and attractiveness, yet still pretty practical. His skeleton is loose. He does toe in very, very slightly up front. That's really nitpicking a bull that has a flexibility off of both ends, and appreciate that about him. Certainly has the cosmetics. Good bull. We'll bring him back out here in a second and compare him to our other class winners.
Over in the Shorthorn Plus. Results out of class 19 before the division. Bred and owned by Cruz Collier of Bruno, Idaho. That's CHHR Pendleton ET.
A good division of horned yearling bulls here. Just really, really nice. You know, we had single entries, and we had the one class where we had some multiple ones, but you know, there was not a bull that walked into this division that wasn't a high quality bull, a bull that can do a lot of good for a lot of cows out there. There's a lot of differences. There's things we really like about all these bulls. There's little things we change, and we've had as much good discussion and debate on what to do in this division as any, and so that shows you, I think, how close it is in our mind, even though not every bull standing out here is exactly the same kind. But that's okay, because you know there's times in this business I think we're getting to want to breed too many of them the same kind, whether that's breeds starting to look more alike than they ever have, or within breeds as well. And so it's good to have some differences and some variation and some options to things that can improve certain cow bases different ways. With that being said, the bull that wins the first class is just very attractive from the side, stout-hipped, powerful in terms of his shape. He gives you a great look from the side. He's a good bull. Is he a little straighter in his shoulder? I think so. He's just a touch shorter strided. You'd like to change that about him. On paper, he's a little low growth, but not a problem. And he has really good marbling. You like that about him. So that's not a problem for him at all. Just like to change him just maybe a little bit there in the way he's made in his shoulder. But a good bull, a good, stout, powerful horn bull there. Bull that wins the second class is interesting. Excuse me. There's things that you really, really like about him. There's things that when you get him out here and compare him to his contemporaries, there's things you'd certainly like to change about him. He does get a little plainer out here, but he's so big-bodied and so true in terms of his rib shape and middle. His structure is tricky for us. We've had a good discussion on that. I think he's as loose skeleton as any bull that's out here. He does every now and then want to get a little funny on his pasterns and just want to knuckled one time kind of bad there, and he's just more, I guess I'd say, rather than unsound, maybe sometimes uncoordinated, and so we changed that about him a little bit as well. You look at his data, he's tremendous. You know, he's a touch over breed average on birth, but you look at him in nearly every other category, he's very, very good. So we do appreciate that about him as well. He's a bull that looks like he can leave some daughters, and he's a bull that doesn't have, every now and then will give you a look that's awful plain, but when he gets set up, I think there's enough balance there as well. So he's tricky for us. He is a little bit different kind of bull, but there's a lot of good in that bull as well. There's just different things that are good as you compare him to some others that are out here. Stout bull here that wins the third class. Maybe doesn't hit us quite as hard today as some other bulls out here. Maybe he needs a little more forerib, just a little more true rib shape as we view him that way. It's a little tighter in his loin, but that's a stout-made bull. He's a good-looking bull. He's a bull that, again, mentioned at the beginning, can do a lot of good things. On a set of cows. If you want to add some muscle, he's certainly going to do that, and he stands out here very competitively as well. Dark red bull that wins the final class. I think as we more evaluate him and discuss him and break him down to the nitpick tiny little details. He's a bull that gets more logical for us as far as just doing a lot of good things. He's a little plainer in terms of his data, but he's still very acceptable. He's sound structured. He's big-bodied. He still has that look. He's just kind of that bull that combines a lot of good things. So with that being said, he's going to be your champion in this division, and then we'll talk 1 second and show you the bull we like second best to be reserved. Congratulations. This bull will win your division today.
Well, congratulations, your horn champion yearling bull exhibited by Cruz Collier of Bruno, Idaho, weighing 2383. That was CHHR Pendleton, ET. Reserve Grand Champion coming out of Class 17. That was back number 5391, SLW RPC 023H Aristocrat 414 ET, exhibited by Sage Ward and Running P Cattle Company. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors. We're now going to welcome in Class 20 to the Hereford Ring. These will be Polled Spring Yearling Bulls.
class, and another one like we talked about in some of these other classes. It's why you come to the National Hereford Show to watch these bulls, and it's what makes you appreciate these bulls and our breed so much of the bulls that get exhibited, because we were just talking, you walk these bulls in here and you, big picture wise, great set of bulls, and you look at the data. I mean, there's not a bull in here that has, there's differences, clearly. But there's not a bull in here that you just beat and say, oh, he's just terrible numbered. He's a great bull, but he's just terrible in terms of his data. And so it's fun to evaluate a class like this. It's hard because we know how much these people put into these bulls, and they're a cornerstone of everyone's breeding program going forward, and they're tremendous. But we get out here in this top end, and this pair surfaces up pretty logically for us, and they're different. They're certainly not exactly the same kind of bulls, but both are good on paper, but there is differences. There's more cavities in the bull that wins the class. There's more growth and power and ribeye and carcass weight in the bull that wins is second in this class. And so they're both really, really good in terms of their CHB. They're both excellent number bulls. There are little spots you'd change them, a little less growth in the bull that wins the class, but also a lot more BMI. And so I think if you look at him in terms of type, I think he's maybe more of that low maintenance female maker. There is our hang up with him, I guess, came down to he wants to get just a little funny there on his rear pasterns. He wants to pop them just slightly. It's not aggressive, it's not bad, but that is the one big thing that we see in him that we would change. When we get past that, we think he's so attractive. He's so good looking in terms of his balance. He's a little stronger top than the bull that's right behind him. He's a little square hipped, and even though he's lighter boned, and so on first impression, you don't think he's as powerful in terms of muscle as the bull that's in second. I think there's Nate and I talked about it, I think there's just a little more muscle shape in this bull as well. So much rib shape, and so a really, really good bull to win, a really good pair of bulls here in first and second, and very, very close in our mind. The soundest bull of the class is the bull that's in second. He can get out and go as well as any bull out here. He covers his tracks. He can reach off of both ends. A bull that's tremendously big boned, a bull that has a really good look. He does get a touch easier in his top, and so we'd like to change that a little bit about him. But a bull that's, like we said, I think there's a touch more muscle in the class winner, but he's plenty stout. That's a good bull that does a lot of good things, and again, a bull that can be used from a breed standpoint to do a lot of good things. Bull in third is another one of these, like we've seen and discussed, and depending on the contemporary group that those type of bulls have been in, they've done different spots, and this bull has such a stunning look from the side. Now we'd like to see him get out and go better off of both ends. He's just a little too short-strided when he gets in with two high-quality bulls like that, but in terms of a bull that's going to change a group of cows, if you have a really loose structured group of cows that you want to inject some look into, boy, he's going to do that. He's got tremendous body shape, tremendous muscle shape, and a tremendous look from the side. Another real attractive bull here that comes next in fourth. He's flatter. He's not as powerful as these bulls that are above him. He too needs to get and go off a little better off of both ends, but he's tremendously well balanced. He's very good in his lines. He's really deep sided. There's a lot to like in that bull. Just needs to be a little stouter. Just needs to get and go just a little bit better off of both ends. Tremendous data in this bull here that comes next. He's got a little more white. Needs a little more body. He's got plenty of muscle shape and tremendous in terms of marbling. Again, if you got and he's again one of these bulls that needs to be changed structurally. So if you've got a set of cows that again are pretty good in terms of structure, and you want to inject some marbling into, he's going to do that. But just out here, he gets a little too straight shouldered, gets a little too restricted in his movement. Needs a little more body. Nice bull here of the young ladies. You love his markings and his cosmetics. He's got nice pigment, and just gets out here in an awful tough class. Needs to be a little more look, a little more to this bull. Tremendous class of bulls there in that class.
Results out of Class 20 Polled Spring Yearling Bulls. First place will go to back number 5468. That was CC 133J 25K Lifetime 15M. Owned by GKB Cattle, Cash Cattle Company, Collier Herefords, and Mikolai Cattle. Bull weighing 2138. Second place in that class will go to Purple Rain Cattle of Toulon, Illinois. Bull weighing 2032. Third place was exhibited by Curry Herefords of McAllister, Oklahoma. Fourth place exhibited by MC Cattle Company and Rowdy T Ranch. Fifth place in that class will go to Barstar Cattle and R&R Cattle Company. Sixth place was exhibited by Timber Hula. Now the ring is Class 21. These are Polled Spring Yearling Bulls, born February of 2024.
Well, over here to the Hereford side, and just another really good class. There's two tremendous bulls in here. There's differences. They're not exactly the same again, but they're very, very good. Just fantastic on paper, both of these. They're good enough, and it's close enough. There's not a need to dissect that necessarily. You can read it, but they're really, really good bulls. One small criticism we would, as we nitpick these bulls and split the hairs on these deals, we'd probably change each of these structures slightly, but for different reasons. And certainly they're sound enough. But you get to this level, you have to start looking at every little thing to evaluate him. And so the bull that wins the class is maybe just a tick more, a little straighter shouldered, a little shorter strided than we'd prefer. But the bull that's in second gets out and goes with a little less stability and strength on his rear too, and maybe wants to knuckle his rear pastern. So with that, the bull that has such a tremendous presence and look from the side, he's deep-bodied, he's stout-made, is the bull that wins the class. Again, very attractive. He's more correct in his lines. He has a little more attractive look just in general. We love that about him. And a good bull that has enough function. The rib and doability and performance as well. The bull that is going to be in second is so big ribbed, and he's got plenty of muscle, and again tremendous on paper, and huge advantage there as we compare him to our third place one. But we would change him just a little bit in terms of the way he gets out of those hind two, and that's nitpicking a good bull. And now he gets a little plainer. His neck doesn't tie as high out of his shoulder. He gets a little just a tick more chest. We'd like to change that about him. But in terms of a bull that from a muscle body standpoint, data standpoint, being just a beef bull, we love that about him. And that's two really good bulls there. Nice bull here in third of the young man's. Gets into an awful tough class with a very good pair there. We change him a little in data, change him a little in terms of look. But he's a solid bull nonetheless. He's got some function in terms of his structure, and appreciate that about him.
Won before the division. First place was exhibited by Story Hereford Ranch in Collier Herefords with CSHR 2111, Tohano 4130, weighing 1985. Second place in that class was exhibited by Pied Piper Farms and Coyote Ridge Ranch with CRR 156J Affinity 479 Bullwing 2041. Now in the Hereford ring, our judges are going to select their champion reserve Polled Yearling bulls.
Well, just another tremendous division of bulls here, and again, we didn't see just huge classes, but the bulls that are here are of quality, and maybe that's why we don't see such big classes anymore, is because the top end of these bulls are just so good, and there's such competition that you got to have an awful good one to bring them to play at this level, because these bulls are that way. The bull that wins the first class came out of a really close pair, but they're different kinds of bulls. We just love his look and attractiveness from the side. His neck comes up high out of his shoulder. He's strong topped. He's correct in his lines. He's a bull that's got plenty of muscle as well. We've talked about his hind rear pastern structure. I mean, we've mentioned it is what it is. It's not perfect, but if you look at his skeleton in totality, I think it's very good still, and I think that he's functional enough in that regard. There's a good second place bull. We talked about it in the pair there. They're totally different in a lot of ways, but he's still very good as well, and certainly merits consideration. The bull that wins the second class, again, it's undeniable to have him stand out here and not realize that there is, big picture wise, a lot of similarities. I don't know that this bull gets, again, his neck doesn't get up quite as high out of his shoulder. And we say that from a balance standpoint, but we also say it from the way he's constructed in his shoulders. We see him as being just a little too straight and just a little short-strided off of both ends. And I think that's where, we've talked about structure a lot, but I think that's where the bull that wins the first class has a structural advantage. He's just laid back a little more in the angle to his shoulder. Now, that said, the bull that wins the second class is, again, one of those great cosmetic bulls. He's big-bodied. He's got enough muscle and good enough look for sure. And again, tremendous data. Both of those bulls in that class are phenomenal on data. All these bulls standing out here are phenomenal on data. The two bulls that are in from the first class have small, tiny holes, and that's being really hard on them because it's hard to make bulls that are good enough to lead out here and look this good that offer you that kind of data. Like I've said, I don't think they're out there in other breeds very often, and I think that's a spot we can really be proud as a breed. With that being said, it's tremendously close between three bulls, but I think these bulls that win the two classes just fit together too well to split up. The bull that wins the first class will be champion. Bull that wins the second class will be reserve.
Well, congratulations. Your Polled Champion Yearling Bull exhibited by GKB Cattle, Cash Cattle Company, Collier Herefords, and Mikolai Cattle. That was CC 133J, 25K Lifetime 15M. And Reserve Champion will come out of Class 21, exhibited by Story Hereford Ranch and Collier Herefords with CSHR 2111, Tohano 4130. We'll now
I'll get over to the Hereford side, and we got just a single entry in this class and this division as well in our horn show, but clearly this is a bull that could stand plenty of competition. There's a lot to like in this bull, a bull that we like a lot about. He's good in terms of his paperwork. He's good in the hoof. He's got body. He's got plenty of muscle. He balances up very, very well. He balances up very, very well on paper as well. So this is a good bull. Absolutely going to be a bull to merit consideration as a division champion, even though there is just one of them. So congratulations.
Results out of your Horn Senior Bowl Division champion, exhibited by Hoffman Herefords, Thedford, Nebraska, Luskov Elty Ranch in Isabel, South Dakota, and Buck Cattle Company, Medill, Oklahoma. That was Stelflug, all that, ET, weighing 26.62. We're now going to welcome in Class 23. These are Polled Senior Yearling Bulls, born September to November of 2023.
We got a nice class here, some kind of senior yearling bulls. These are born in the fall, and some bulls are starting to get some age, obviously, here. And so good place to start for us, and the bull that wins the class. You like his cosmetics, but he's the bull that combines enough structural integrity with a lot of stoutness and a lot of body shape and a lot of muscle. He gets a little plain in his sheath. We'd tighten that up if we could, and a tick plain maybe in his chest, but he's so balanced balanced in terms of the way his pieces fit together. He's good in terms of his structure. He's stout and powerful in terms of muscle. For us, he's the one that needs to win. Plainer-headed bull here in second. Maybe we change that about him. Just a little plainer look, even though he is tighter sheath. I think if you evaluate him just strictly in terms of the way his parts and pieces fit together, I don't think his balance is quite as good. He wants to get a little up under himself as he gets out on the move. But that's a nice bull. Again, one that's got plenty of muscle. These are all three really stout, powerful bulls. Bulls that have some ruggedness to them, and bulls that I think can contribute for our breed within the commercial beef industry. Nice bull here in third. He doesn't measure up structurally. Sure gets a little plainer, but it's a bull that again has that tremendous muscle, and I think that's an attribute we can promote within our breed here as compared to others.
Polled Senior Yearling Bulls, first place, exhibited by back number 5476. That's B&C Touchdown 3535 LET, exhibited by B&C Cattle Company, Miami, Texas, and Churchill Cattle Company of Manhattan, Montana. Bull weighing 2142. Second place in that class, bred owned by Atlee Kleinman of Wentworth, Missouri. That's Cork's Chip 2382 ET, bull weighing 2267. Third place in that class will go to Upstream Ranch, Plainview Stock Farm, and Perry Farms with UPS Houston 3881 ET, bull weighing 2190. Now in the ring is class 24. These are pulled 2-year-old bulls.
Another good class, another very close pair, and an interesting pair because, again, they're not exactly the same kind of bulls, and like I've mentioned and we've talked about, I mean, that they don't have to be, and that's okay. But it makes for a tough decision and a close decision just because they are so different. The bull that's going to win the class, we like both these bulls structurally, especially for the age of these bulls. They can get out and go well. We're going to use the darker red bull. We like his little extra body, especially when we consider his body condition. He's a fresher bull. We love that about him. Like him in his front 1/3. He's fresher in his chest. He's neater in terms of the way his neck comes up out of his shoulder. He's a good bull on paper. We would change him a little bit in his CED, but I think beyond that, the bull's a stronger case on paper than the bull that's in second, even though the bull that's in second is good as well. Super powerful bull that goes second in that class. Tremendously powerful. That's what makes it a really close pair. Is he is the stouter bull. He's bigger boned, yet has a better CED by quite a bit, and it's just more powerful. I just like to change him there in the way his head is, the way his front 1/3 is, neaten him up that way. The bull that's in third is a really good bull as well. He doesn't get out and go quite well enough for us, and we'd need to freshen him up from a body condition standpoint, but big-bodied, attractive bull. The bull that comes next, again, one of these stout bulls. We just like to change him a little structurally. He gets just a little plainer out here from a balance standpoint comparatively.
Class 24 pulled 2-year-old bulls. First place exhibited by Buell F. Jackson and Sons and Hoffman Herefords, Thedford, Nebraska. That was JHF H085 Galveston J39L bull weighing 2514. Second place in that class will go to Jeff Paulson, Hawes Cattle, and Garrett Post with BK pregame 9113L bull weighing 2525. Third place exhibited by Bacon Herefords. And fourth place, and congratulations, will go to Split Oak Farms. We're now going to bring in those first and seconds. Our judges will select their champion reserve pulled senior bulls. Following this division, we will go into the drive for the horn bulls following pulled.
Well, over here on the Hereford side, another fun division of bulls, polled bulls here. We've gotten to our final division of the day, and just, again, very, very good quality in this division, and the top end's tremendous. The bull that wins the first class has some things you really, really like about him. He's unique in the way that he can have that much stoutness and still read with his genomic EPDs and his being a Cavanese sire. Time will tell if that holds, but that's a unique combination there of a bull that has that much true muscle and power, and yet still is a potential heifer bull. And we'd neaten him up in his sheath for sure if we could. That's probably our biggest hang up with him. Yes, he's a little plainer fronted and a little chestier there in his lower third, and you know, it goes with his tremendous muscle shape in his quarter and his top, but he has a tremendous amount of muscle shape in his neck, and that detracts from his balance and makes you kind of consider what his potential Cavanese down the road is. But with the information we know now, to evaluate him, he is very unique in that regard. Moderate bull that is going to sire some low maintenance kind of replacement females as well, and so an interesting bull that there's maybe things that we would change, but there's also things that we truly appreciate about him. Bull that wins the second class is you know, the more we see him and get him out here, he's just a bull that, you know, perhaps he doesn't blow you away in any one regard, but there's also not big glaring things to change about him. His structure's good. His body is really good. He's got enough muscle. I mean, clearly there's stouter bulls out here, but it isn't as if he's, you know, gets out here and is narrow and as well. You know, there's a couple little holes in his data set, but it's good as well. And so he's just a really solid combination bull that doesn't have big time faults. There's a good second place bull in there as well that's very stout, very powerful. Again, he's the one that's a little plainer there in his head and his front 1/3. So a really good division of bulls. The bull that wins the second class will be champion. Bull that wins the first class will be a reserve.
Hereford Ring, your pulled senior bull champion, exhibited by Buell F. Jackson and Sons and Hoffman Herefords with JHF H085 Galveston J39L, and reserve champion to come out of class 23, exhibited by B&C Cattle Company and Churchill Cattle Co. with B&C Touchdown 3535 LET. That was our last class and division here in your Hereford Bull Show. We'll get organized in the holding area and bring in your division champions for our Horned Hereford show. Together for all of our Horned Hereford exhibitors here at the Cattlemen's Congress.
a tremendous line of bulls out here for the champion horn division. When Shane asked me to be associate, I didn't know what to think. I'm a little bit removed from this deal, but was very honored, and I said, as long as I don't have to do much talking. But I want to make the comment that I'm a little bit more of a 30,000-foot view instead of getting real detailed, and I think that's one thing that we need to be proud about as a breed. If you look at this bull show from a 30,000-foot view, it's a very impressive set of offering we had today. And I think one thing we can agree on, whether you're a show guy or a production guy, is we need essential traits. Them essential traits are structural correctness. These cattle got to move, they got to grow, they got to have enough performance, and that's what makes this breed so great. And I think as you look at this lineup out here today, I think that fits that very well. I'm going to turn it over to Shane and let him describe each bull, but again, want to commend you guys. Very exciting and really enjoyed this today.
Well, thanks, Nate, and thanks for coming and agreeing to be my associate. And I think that perspective is the exact reason that I chose Nate. And I can't communicate the message that we're trying to send any better than he did. So with that, we'll talk about each bull, hit the bullet points, and then we'll show you the two that we like the best. And of course, we like these bulls tremendously well and feel that they fit pretty well together here. The bull that wins the first class, this muscle shape, very good in terms of data, as good as any that stand out here. We'd change him structurally a little if we could. We'd loosen him up off of both ends and give him just a tick more forerib and heart. But that's a really interesting prospect in terms of true muscle, true power, and with that kind of data. Really a striking bull that wins the second division. Just very, very attractive. His neck comes up high out of his shoulders. He's big-bodied. He's got plenty of muscle. His structure is solid. That's an interesting bull that is certainly got a world of future in front of him, and I don't have a doubt it's going to do some good things, and we like certainly out here and warrants consideration. A little plainer on paper in some ways, but certainly not bad. Good in terms of that, but maybe not as good as some other bulls that stand out here. Very attractive bull, a little lower birth from a data standpoint of the bull that wins our third division. Very attractive, and from a cosmetic standpoint, big-bodied. He's got a bull that doesn't overpower you with muscle compared to some of these others out here, but certainly plenty of muscle, and more of a Cavanese potential bull, and just tremendous balance. He's very, very good. His skeleton is really loose. If we're going to nitpick some small thing on a tremendous bull, he does want to turn that rear back foot in just ever so slightly as he goes to weigh, but again, that's nitpicking a really nice bull. Very, again, bull that considered worthy of consideration out here. Bull that wins the fourth division, just really, really stout and powerful. As we get him out here, there's a tremendous amount of meat in this calf. He does a lot of things right. He is probably a bull that could be improved slightly in terms of paper as we compare him that at the high level that we're evaluating this high quality set of bulls at. But he's a bull that gives you plenty of body, plenty of muscle. He can give you a good look. He's getting just a tick piecier as we get him out here, but again, that's nitpicking a tremendous bull. There's a ton of good in this bull. Could go out and be a tremendous herd sire for a lot of people. Bull that wins the final division. He was a single entry. We didn't get to compare him to anything, but we do now, and there's a ton to like about that bull. He stands right there, and there's not big things you're going to change about that bull. There's body, there's muscle. This bull has a nice look. It gives you a tremendous traditional horned Hereford look. His structure's adequate. I guess if we're going to nitpick a tremendous bull, there may be a looser bull out here, but there's also plenty of younger bulls out here than him as well. So that's a bull that just so striking from the side, yet so practical in his kind. He's a great combination bull in our mind, and we really like his data set as well. We're going to look at them for a second. We're going to show you the one we like best, and I'll go show you that one, and then we'll evaluate our reserve. We got a tremendous group of reserves as well, but I'm going to show you the one I like. We'll reconvene, and Nate will show you the one we like second best. Our hats off to these exhibitors. Just a tremendous set of horn bulls. Congratulations. Let's give them a big round of applause.
Queen's Grand Champion Horned Hereford Bull here at the Cattleman's Congress, exhibited by Hoffman Herefords, Linskov, LT's Ranch, and Buck Cattle Company. That's Stelflug, all that ET. Reserve Grand Champion coming out of Class 11. That was GKB and Burns Farms with BF GKB 5502 McCrae 200 MET. Again, congratulations to all of our Horned Hereford Bull exhibitors. Division champion reserves for your Polled Hereford selection. Ladies and gentlemen, here at the Cattlemen's Congress, put your hands together for our Polled Hereford bull exhibitors today.
national champion Polled bull, and just a tremendous lineup in our minds. Just extremely proud as a breeder to be out here with these bulls, and again, our compliments to you guys as breeders. We just have all the respect in the world for this lineup of bulls. And there's a little diversity in this lineup of bulls as far as type, but I think that's okay. Yet at the same time, I think the bulls that we land on in our division champions suit us very, very well for what we like and what we desire. And I think the type, diversity of type is not a bad thing. I mentioned earlier at a point that we're becoming more, and as breeders, I think we're, and breeds in general are starting to become more alike than disalike, and I think that's true within breeds as well. We have different technologies these days where we can replicate specific sires, and than we did in years past, and I think that results. And I don't think that's all bad, but at the same time, I don't think we want to lose having some cattle that have some different strengths. And so there's some cattle that aren't out here that are very good but have different strengths that just aren't exactly what we were looking for, and the cattle that are here are exactly what we're looking for, and we really, really like and appreciate them about them. Just, again, a tremendous lineup of bulls. I think if you can't be excited about these bulls as a breed moving us forward, continue to make progress, I think if we can use bulls like these, we're going to make tremendous progress in a lot of ways. Not only phenotype, which is the primary selection criteria out here, but also from a genetic standpoint, these cattle do a lot, and from a function standpoint as well. I'd be remiss if I didn't thank Nate for helping me. It's been tremendous to have him here. It's been tremendous to have my family here as well. My mom and dad are here and don't get out as often as they used to, and so it's a real treat to have them down here with me, and of course my wife and kids. It's a tremendous experience to have us share this as a family, me being out here to evaluate these bulls and the heifers tomorrow. And so of course we couldn't do that without the help of great neighbors at home, but it's a thrill to have them here, and it's a true humbling experience for me to stand out here and evaluate these bulls and give you our opinion. The gravity of the quality of these bulls is not lost on me, and the decisions that we make we understand and we respect, and again, just such tremendous respect for the breeders out here. With that, I'll talk about each of these real quick, and then we'll talk for a minute and show you the two that we like best. But we like a lot of bulls. Bull that wins the first division is a tremendous prospect. He suits us very, very well from combining some function with some attractiveness and a nice data set as well. You get him out here, and of course he's the youngest one, and so it's always hard, but he's got a full, bright future ahead of him. A really good bull that we like a lot of things about. That's going to be a bull you're going to hear more about. The bull that wins the second division is tremendous in a lot of ways. Just so much power and physical performance in terms of just massiveness. Huge bodied, big hipped, attractive look still from the side. There's cleaner fronted bulls that have shown today, but there's certainly, this bull fits so good together from a balance and pieces standpoint. There is a small thing that we nitpick this tremendous individual on. Is he too soft pasturing? Maybe. That's what we've gone back and forth with on him. But again, like Nate said, a big picture view, that's a heck of a bull and a tremendous calf that any of us would be proud to raise. Good fall bull here that wins our third division. You get him out here, he's attractive and got enough to him, but gets a little plainer in terms of the way his rib cage is made. You'd maybe just give him just a little more oomph as opposed to some of these other bulls out here. But that's a really nice bull that's very deserving division winner. Bull that wins the fourth division, out here is an intermediate bull that is a bull that the longer you study him, there's a lot of good things in this bull. He's big-bodied, he's stout-hipped, he's well-made, he's good in terms of his data set. He doesn't just blow you away in that regard, but he certainly is not a problem. His udder and teat are a little bit lower than you'd like, but that's nitpicking a bull pretty hard. And when you get this bull on the move, he's tremendous. And so this is a bull that's absolutely, in our minds, is a contender out here and a really good bull. The bull that wins the next division, the dark red bull, is just so striking from the side. He's got plenty of muscle shape. He can has that rib shape as well, and just so ultra attractive. He's strong topped. Again, he is a bull that we go back and forth with on that little thing. A nitpick and a tremendous individual is he wants to just pop those passengers just slightly. It's not bad, but it is there, and it's certainly something to consider. But just a stunning look from the side, a bull that is tremendous in terms of his CHB and tremendous in his indexes and good in a lot of ways on paper, yet still has that look, and a bull that can be used multiple ways in that regard. The bull that wins the final division is, again, just a good real-world practical bull for us. He wins that division in terms of just being so big-bodied. He's so fresh in his makeup. Maybe when you get him out here, he doesn't hit you quite as hard from a look and balance standpoint, but he's certainly not negative in that regard. And so he's a really, really good bull that, of course, bulls that age are not easy to prepare and get to this show and get to this time. And so we like him really, really well as well. So tremendous lineup. Like I said, if you can't get excited about our breed moving forward and what these bulls can do for us as breeders and what they can do for you potentially using them genetically, I guess you're looking at them differently than Nate and I are, because we think they're exceptionally well. We're going to talk for a minute. We'll show you the one we like best, and then Nate will go out and show you the one we like second best. But congratulations to all these bulls, and Nate will give you a quick thought.
I just want to make one quick comment coming down here, and I think we need to be extremely proud of as a breed. There's no doubt there's differences from the show ring to the production side, but our breed, I think, does as good as any a blend in that. And we got 5 bulls out here that can go out, they can survive in the real world, they're structurally correct, they're very sound, they're easy doing, there's good performance. And I think that's something we continue to work hard as a Hereford breed so we can do both. And yes, there's going to be extremes on both sides, but I want to commend you guys as exhibitors is how balanced and how real world these cattle are out in front of us. So with that, we'll go select your champion.
Polled Hereford Bull here at the Cattleman's Congress comes to you from Class 14. That was exhibited by Jared and Katie Richardson, Sage and Sloan Bierwinkle. That's SMB, KTRCC Pendleton 420M. And congratulations, Reserve Grand Champion, going to Upstream Ranch, GKB Cattle, Kevin Jensen in Bar A Cattle Company. That's KJ 8037, Arrowhead 755, NET. Again, congratulations to all of our Hereford exhibitors this morning in your bull show. We'd like to thank our judges for joining us. We'll see you tomorrow morning for our Hereford Female Show.
Thank you for joining us for Cattleman's Congress. This has been a Walton